Welcome to Sleep in Color Stories, where imagination, art, and calm converge. Tonight, you are invited to step into a quiet, creative studio where colors, textures, and gentle light guide your mind toward relaxation and peaceful sleep. In the painter's studio, you will prepare canvases, mix colors, and immerse yourself in the quiet rhythm of creation. Notice the brush of paint against canvas, the soft shimmer of light, and the gentle energy of inspiration flowing through the studio. Let your awareness absorb every detail, allowing the story to carry you into a meditative, restful state. Make yourself comfortable. Close your eyes, inhale slowly, and exhale fully, letting the day's tension dissolve. Feel your body supported and your senses open. You are safe. You are inspired. You are exactly where you need to be. Let the studio cradle your mind and guide you into deep, serene sleep. Part 1. Entering the studio at night. You arrive at the threshold as the world exhales its last bright thoughts of day. The corridor outside the studio is already a pool of quiet, shadows gathered like folded cloth along the baseboards, a faint lingering of the sun's heat still radiating from the wooden door. Your hand rests on the worn brass knob, warm, oval, shaped by the memory of countless turns, and for a breath you pause, listening. Somewhere within, the smallest tinking sound of cooling pipes, a murmur that might be old wood remembering light, the groan of the building settling into darkness. You take a slow breath. The air of the hallway is ordinary. Dust, faint paint, the neutral exhale of a building, but on the other side of this door, a second night awaits, a private night. A softer one, moon-drenched, and yours. You allow your shoulders to lower, your jaw to unclench, your palms to open. You say to yourself as you enter, I belong here. I am safe here. My presence is enough. The key turns with a small familiar resistance and then yields. The door opens inward with an inaudible sigh, and the studio presents itself like a lake at dusk, still, holding light inside its edges, filled with the memory of hours that have already sunk beneath the surface. Moonlight has found its way through the tall windows, its silver fingers sweeping across the floorboards and up the wall like a tide catching on the ribs of canvases stacked along the baseboards, kissing the spine of a sketchbook left open, illuminating the rim of a water jar that glimmers like a small planet. You step inside and the world becomes gentler. The door closes behind you with a soft click and the studio's scent rises to greet you. Linseed oil rounding into sweetness, the mineral hush of dry pigments, the resinous whisper of old wood and varnish, a trace of beeswax like honey cooled to amber. It smells like memory and promise, like a life you haven't lived yet, like all the quiet you came here to claim. Your eyes roam the room to reacquaint themselves with what they love. A length of linen half stretched over a frame, the woven threads like a field captured mid-breeze. Brushes sleeping upright in jars. Filberts, flats, rounds. Their splayed tips holding the eloquence of earlier gestures. A palette knife reflecting the moon like a thin blade of water. Bowls of pigment covered with paper lids, each the shade of a season. Saffron like late grass, ultramarine like deep evening, alizarin like red wine nearing dusk, canvases leaning on canvases, their blank faces turned toward the future with patience that feels like grace. You notice the soft rise of dust motes lifting in the moonbeam's path, traveling slowly, each one a tiny lantern adrift in the night. The floor underfoot answers to your weight with a low wooden murmur, an intimate sound as if the floorboards have learned the signature of your step and welcome it. You move deeper into the room, and your breath changes. It lengthens, widening the space between thoughts. The studio's stillness is a mirror that shows you how much noise you are carrying. You feel it falling from your shoulders like a shawl you hadn't realized was heavy. The walls, brushed in a quiet eggshell, carry faint ghosts of color where hands have touched, where canvases rested, where light has repeated itself into a pale patina. Along the far window, a sheer curtain hangs like a breath held. It stirs slightly in a draft, a gesture so delicate you might have imagined it if you weren't watching. Beyond the glass, night is a velvet bowl sprinkled with stars, and the nearest building's bricks glow a little, collecting moonlight as if it were dew. A single branch from a courtyard tree reaches up into the window's corner and scribbles shadows against the sill. From outside, the city has become its softer self, a distant car becoming a hush, footsteps like punctuation fading along the sidewalk below, the faraway clink of a bicycle chain, the call of an owl from some improbable cornice. The night makes room for you. You set your bag down on the small wooden bench that runs along the wall, the bench that knows you. It has held your weight when you were tired, your coat when you were damp, your unfinished ideas when you needed 2 hands free to think. You slide off your shoes and feel the floor with your feet, the satin of old varnish, the tiny interruptions where knots once were, the faint ridge where one plank meets another. Honest textures that say you are standing somewhere real, not a picture of a place, but a real place. Your toes spread, your ankles soften, your stance widens just a little, like a tree remembering how to hold itself. You place a hand on your chest, not to perform anything but to listen and wait for the steady percussion that has been with you all day to arrive as a greeting. There it is, reliable, rhythmic, yours. I am here, you think, and the phrase extends outward until it feels like a quiet bell rung in a large room. I am welcome. I am safe. You move to the table where the smaller things are, the faithful chorus that supports the supreme act, and take inventory. The palette, scarred with constellations of dried color, waits like an old map. You run your fingers over it and feel the history of gestures elevated to a topography, ridges where enthusiasm grew thick, plains where patience thinned paint to transparency, tiny fissures where time has made its fine suggestions. You lift a brush from the jar and test its bristles with your thumb, soft but resilient like grass after rain. The ferrule is cool against your skin, and the wooden handle worn smooth where your fingers prefer to rest. A coil of twine sits in a small bowl. A folded rag holds the scent of lavender soap. An overly sharpened pencil has become a short but important thing. Everything feels friendly because nothing here asks you to be anything other than the person who loves these tools. You light the lamps, not to banish the moon, but to collaborate with it. On the side table, a small brass lamp lifts its frosted glass shade like a luminous fruit, the switch clicking with the satisfaction of a well-made hinge, and light pours out, warm and domestic, its edge feathering into the bluish silver of the window-given glow. The shadows rearrange themselves, stepping back politely to reveal corners now touched with honey. Near the easel, a second lamp rises like a slender stem, its shade directing a tender circle onto the blank canvas. You watch as the linen brightens, the tooth of its surface catching the light in tiny peaks like frost lifting to greet daybreak. You do not plan, you simply watch the room become more itself. The lamps and the moon decide how to braid their gifts, and you agree. You cross to the window and unlock its latch, pulling gently until the frame tolerates a hand's width of night. Cool air enters with the intimacy of someone who knows the house well. It brings a complexity that belongs to late evening, the faint iron memory of the day's heat cooling from stone, the mineral clarity of dew beginning its work along leaves and ledges, a thread of something floral that could be terrace jasmine, or a neighbor's tea set steaming before bed, or the ghost of perfume shaken from a scarf as someone passed under a street lamp. You close your eyes and let scent teach your mind to sit down. The curtain lifts a little, then rests. From the open seam, a more dimensional sound arrives. The leaf scratch from the courtyard tree, the brief angled laugh of two friends turning a corner. The rich silence that opens after voices pass. The studio absorbs this offering and holds it for you. You move with unhurried ritual to the small corner that holds a kettle and cups. The kettle is a simple stainless curve with a black handle that remembers your palm. It takes its place over the single burner and begins its transformation. You fold open the tin of chamomile and inhale the apple hay sweetness from its dried flowers, a scent that is somehow sunshine and linen drawers, both garden and lullaby. You tip a measure into the ceramic teapot, a teapot in a forgiving shade of cream, a surface crazed with fine lines that look like a cracked lake at first freeze, and the blossoms whisper as they settle. The first threads of steam rise from the kettle spout and disappear, and when the water reaches its soft exclamation, you pour, and the dried flowers lift and turn like little lanterns remembering themselves. You replace the lid and wait, palms around the pot, letting the warmth travel into your hands and up your forearms, loosening tiny muscles you forgot had stories to tell. When you pour into your cup, the sound is a ribbon, and when you lift the cup, the rim greets your lip with a temperature that is exactly humane. You sip and your body thanks you. I am cared for, you think, and the thought is simple because it's true. Behind you, the blank canvas glows. It is not a demand, it is an invitation. You stand before it without agenda, as you might stand before a lake and let it show you the sky. The linen's weave is a tiny geography that calms you, no one thread needing to be the whole, each crossing strengthening the other, a fabric made from thousands of decisions to be together. You lay your palm gently against the surface and feel its coolness, feel the slight give, the tension translated into the smallest resilience. The studio is lit for this, the lamp giving warmth, the moon giving a quiet edge, the open window offering breath. You whisper inwardly, my creativity is gentle, my creativity is safe. I may make without proving. The phrases do not need to be forced. They land and rest like a small flock agreeing upon a roof. On the low shelf, you straighten the jars of brushes into a single, gentle rank, not to impose order, but to acknowledge readiness. You turn the palette knife over and lay it where you can reach it without looking. You place a clean rag folded twice like a sleeping kite within an easy handspan. You select a pencil and sharpen it slowly over a small dish, the curls of cedar falling like soft wings, the graphite revealing its silver dark, the scent of fresh shavings and woodland message. You sketch nothing. You allow the pencil's point to exist as possibility, and your attention, unhitched from effort, grows very tender. Joy in the simplest things is a wise teacher. It takes you by the hand. You make a small circuit of the studio as if you were blessing it. The shelf of books that hold the voices you turn to when you want to remember that art is a conversation, not a performance. The basket of textiles collected from markets and family trunks. Patterns that carry human time in their threads. The short stool that has leaned the exact same angle you like to rest your foot. The old clock whose hands are accurate only in spirit and so cannot hurry you. The plant on the sill with its glossy leaves tilted toward light like listening faces. You run your hand along the table's edge and the wood offers its annual rings to your fingertips. A roughness here, a smoothness there, a notch where something heavy once landed, a stain that could have been a cup of coffee. Everything in this room is evidence of a life that includes pauses. One canvas leaning against the wall has a wash of color on it from another night, a vague suggestion of horizon that might become sea, might become field, might remain nothing more than the memory of a first thought. You lift it with both hands and tilt it to see how the thin film of pigment shifts when light falls across it. The dampness of an earlier idea has long since become quiet, and the surface feels cool, matte, like the skin of a fruit left on a windowsill until its fragrance is a room, not a taste. You return it to its rest, reassured by the unfinished, as by a lullaby that trails off. Not everything wants completion tonight. Not everything asks to be named. The openness is not emptiness, it is space. You take another sip of tea and feel heat rest in your chest like a small lamp set into the cavity of the night. The warmth moves outward and meets the night air that enters the room, and the difference between the two is pleasurable. A gentle negotiation at the surface of the skin, a conversation with a happy ending. Your breath lengthens more. You notice your spine stacking itself more kindly, your shoulders settling away from your ears, your face adopting that expression that is like a tide going out, a softening of edges, a revealing of shape. The studio notices and agrees. The moon leans in. You close your eyes for a moment and listen deeper. The far velvet hush of the city, the quiet clink of a brush handle shifting in its jar, the little creaks as wood speaks to wood, the almost silent static of dust descending to meet a surface. When you open your eyes again, the curtain has slightly changed its posture, and the square of moonlight on the floor has moved the width of 2 fingers. Time, in here, travels by the tenderness of light. You lay a clean drop cloth under the easel as though you were tucking in a child, smoothing its corners, pressing out folds. The cloth carries stains of previous nights, pale earthen fingerprints, small constellations of blue, a sweep of diluted green that looks like a river visited once by a cloud. You don't wash these out. You keep them because they are a map of moments you can't remember precisely, but that your body does, and they gently remind you that work accumulates not only in outcomes, but in atmospheres, in the way your hands know weight, in the way your eyes know glow. On a narrow shelf near the window, you keep objects that mean more than they first admit. You visit them now, letting your fingers translate their shapes. A small seashell with a chipped lip, its spiral architecture whispering the mathematics of tide, a smooth river stone with a crack of quartz like lightning permanently slowed, a handful of dried lavender tied with twine, its buds a powdery blue-gray that looks like twilight pressed into a plant, a feather that might have been dropped by a pigeon, but that you received as a gift anyway, a postcard of a painting you love, edges softened by handling, its colors faded into memory's gentleness. You don't need to know yet if any of these will matter to the canvas. It is enough that they matter to you. Beside the shelf, a tall mirror leans against the wall, its frame a chipped cream that matches the old radiators in the hall. In its surface, you see not just your face, but this whole little world doubled. The windows with their small bright galaxies of streetlight reflected, the lamps both real and counterpart, the brushes multiplied like reeds in water, and you, placed within all of it like a figure in a beloved painting. You study yourself as if you were someone you were preparing to paint, the angle at which your shoulder dips when you are gentle with yourself, the way your mouth softens when no one asks for words, the steadiness of your gaze when you acknowledge you are allowed to be here without doing anything to earn it. You lift your hand and lay it lightly over your sternum and think, very simply, I am enough. You do not push the sentence in, you set it down and let it find its own weight. At the back of the studio, tucked between a rolling cart and a cabinet of papers, sits a small radio with a dial that has to be wooed into clarity. Sometimes you play music at night, something that floats rather than marches, that breathes rather than declares. And sometimes you leave the radio silent and trust the city to provide. Tonight, you turn the dial a fraction until a piano appears, as though someone in another building has opened a window and let out a single, considerate lamp's worth of sound. Notes fall into the room like petals, slow, deliberate, spare, with plenty of air between them for your own breathing to pass through. You move the volume threadbare soft, a hush among hushes, a friend joining two others at a table and asking nothing. Your fingers hover over the pigments, not to select but to greet. You loosen the lids from jars and look at the powders as if looking at weather. Yellow saffron is the color of fields resting. Raw umber is the shade of bark where rain has been. Ultramarine contains the hour before true night when the sky deepens and birds choose their final branches. Burnt sienna is clay that remembers the hand. Crimson is that moment on the tongue when summer fruit has been bitten. Cobalt is the glass bottle left on a windowsill for years. Viridian is the first leaf that believes in spring even under snow. Titanium white is the silence that is tenderness, not absence. You close the lids again, having asked for nothing, but having received company. You walk the length of the studio and back again, a slow drifting that lets your feet speak with the floorboards and your eyes take in again what they have seen, which is often when they notice not just the objects but the relationships between them. The way the jar of brushes echoes the verticals of the window mullions, the way the curve of a porcelain mug repeats in the loop of a coil of wire and the roundness of a paint tin, the way the shadow cast by the easel leg contains within it the same angle as the page of the open sketchbook. These correspondences are a quiet choir. In recognizing them, you feel the studio placing a hand on your back and breathing with you. The world repeats itself in love letters if you leave it the time. At the open window, the night has changed by 0.5 degrees. You can't measure it except by how your skin knows it. The owl you thought you heard was indeed an owl. It calls again, and then the alley settles into that deep, rich silence that only places with edges can make. A courtyard, a room, a mind in which corners have been softened by attention. The star you noticed first has slipped behind the brick corner, but another presents itself higher, smaller, insisting less and gleaming as if not to wake the sleeping facades. You inhale the air of this exact minute and feel it become part of you, and there is gratitude that arrives unbidden for night, for rooms, for the intelligence of rituals, for hands. You return to the easel and stand as you will stand when you paint, though you do not paint yet. You allow your weight to transfer through your heels, through the floor, to the joists and beams, to the earth, which is patient. Your knees soften, your pelvis floats, your ribs widen like curtained windows opened. Your shoulders drop as though setting down a satchel. Your head balances with the indifference of planets. You roll your wrists and then your fingers because small joints hold the day's smallest tensions. You move your jaw over to one side and then the other and feel a click release. A minute door swinging shut with a sound of relief. You close your eyes and direct breath to the widest parts of your back, breathing not only forward but backward, and the room responds, or you imagine it does, which, in such a room, is the same thing. On the table, there is a small dish of beeswax you keep to rub into the wood. You warm a fingertip in it and then work it into the handle of a favorite brush, a brush that knows your moods. The beeswax has its own story of summer embedded in it, of clover and sunlight, and when you lift your hand, the handle is a little more itself and a little more yours. You take the time to wipe a rim, to tighten a screw, to gather a few errant hairs bound up in the ferrule, to clean the edge of the palette knife, because caring for tools is caring for time. These tiny acts show you further, reminding your body that urgency is not the same as aliveness. You gather the draped fabric from a chair, an old linen dropcloth that someone turned into something beautiful with the simple act of washing it 50 times, and lay it across the back of the couch that lives under the windows. Beneath it are cushions, each one made from remnants of other things, a shirt that lost its collar, a dress that finished its dinners, a curtain that remembered the wind. The couch is not for sitting while you work. It is for the softer part of working, when you need to look and not do. You plump a cushion with the easy attention of someone who knows how to love without saying it, and then you sit for a moment, cup in hand, looking at the canvas, at the room, at the window, at the world gathering itself to receive you. On a nail near the door hangs a lightweight robe you keep for nights like this. You slip it on, a soft cotton that remembers your shape. Its belt ties with the right reluctance, then concedes. The fabric takes on the scents of the room, oil, wood, tea, and you take on the scent of the fabric, clean, laundered, care. Your skin relishes this small kindness, covered, free, warmth, breathable. You tuck a stray hair behind your ear and are surprised at how tender that simple gesture feels, the way it asserts human scale against canvas and night sky, how it reminds you that working is done by hands connected to hearts. You rest your cup, now half empty and fully calming, on a small coaster made from a chipped tile someone once handed you with an apology, which you took as a gift. The imperfection is beautiful because it diminishes nothing else around it. The coaster's crack runs diagonally like a horizon with a mountain interrupting it, and you sometimes place the cup to align with the crack as if to acknowledge the cup's journey across the tile's geography. Tonight you do, and the tiny click when porcelain meets ceramic is precise and politely final. That sound makes a sentence. You are here, in place, ready. Your hands seek one another and interlace, and you rest them again at your heart. You invite your shoulders to fall another inch away from the neck, and you invite your eyes to soften, to see edges as invitations rather than borders. Quietly, inwardly, you repeat a few words you trust. I move with ease. I create with kindness. I may rest and still be an artist. The phrases arrive on their own breaths. You don't drag them uphill. You let them roll downhill to the center. In this room, with this light, with this air, they feel not like claims, but recognitions. You stand once more, carrying with you the softness you found sitting. You walk to the farthest corner where a cabinet holds paper, heavy watercolor sheets, litho stones, tracing vellum, newsprint, torn edges that feel like honesty. You pull out a single sheet and lay it on the table, not to begin anything tonight, but to let the paper breathe. You weight its corners with small stones so it will lose the curl it kept from having been rolled. The gesture may seem like nothing, but in time it will matter, and doing something gentle now on behalf of a later moment is a kindness you practice not only in studios, but in life. On the wall above the table hangs a corkboard with pinned fragments, a leaf skeleton, fragile and intact, a train receipt from somewhere you returned from rested, a ribbon that once tied up a box of sugared fruit, a photocopy of a handwritten note from a painter you met once who told you to keep the edges soft right up until you don't. You read the note again and smile because even advice can be a texture, and tonight your edges are soft. The not doing is the doing. You are not behind. You are exactly where this hour wants you. You return to the blank canvas and simply stand with it. You study the weave, the faint shadow where the stretcher bar makes its invisible statement, the ghost glow of fibers drinking light. You notice how the canvas is not white, but 1,000 slight variations of shell and bone and cream and linen, and breathe. You notice how the lower right corner seems to hold darkness in a dignified way, how the top edge feels like an inhale, how the center is quiet as a held hand. You do not ask the canvas to be anything other than what it is. You allow the very act of seeing to be an act of making. You are painting already with your attention. The night shifts again. A tiny wind has entered the courtyard, and the branch that scribbles in your window has found a new line to write. The piano on the radio spreads a chord that arrives like the skirt of a dress settling around a chair. The kettle clicks as it cools. Your tea has reached the temperature at which you could, if you wanted, drink all the rest at once, but you don't. You leave a sip because you love the idea of a sip waiting for you later, the way the room itself has waited for you all day. You are in a conversation in which no one is impatient. You think of color, not of what you will do with it, but of how it exists in the room without tubes open. The blue of the night poured over the sill, the amber lake pooling under the lamp, the neutral kindness of the walls, the rosy, unremarkable triumph of your skin, the soft, nearly unnameable green in the plant's newest leaf, the heavy iron gray of the radiator, the dark honey of the floor where the moon kisses it, the warm silver of the window latch rubbed by many thumbs. You think of how color is light slowed, and the way rest is time slowed, and you recognize you are in a palette night where one of the hues are laying themselves out for you without request. You let your eyes close again, and this time you picture your brush hand making a single slow arc through space, not touching anything, just describing a curve in the air that your shoulder knows how to make and your wrist knows how to finish. You imagine the feeling in your palm of the brush's weight, the fulcrum of thumb and forefinger, the slight counterbalance of pinky hovering off the world. You imagine a first stroke that is not a declaration but a welcome, a stroke that says to the canvas, "Here we are," and says to your heart, "Here we are." You watched the imagined stroke appear and then dissolve, and you are satisfied not to chase it. When you open your eyes, the room is faithful, present, unchanged, and a little more yours than it was an hour ago simply because you have seen it gently. You walk to the door and test the lock to confirm what you already know, that it is secure, that the threshold is a boundary that will hold while you drift. You return to the easel and look once more at the canvas so that the last image the night will place behind your lids is one of openness. You take the final sip of tea and place the empty cup in the sink for future you, to wash with future water and future patience. You turn the radio's dial a whisper smaller and listen as the piano recedes into the general night like a boat slipping around a bend. You lower the lamp near the easel just enough that its glow is a pool rather than a lake. You leave the side table lamp on because there is something merciful about seeing a small island of light when you return from a dream. You step to the window and draw the curtain an extra inch to temper the street's noise, but you do not close it. Fresh air is a promise you intend to keep even while sleeping. The room has become, in these choices, a tender planet with its own weather and orbit. Standing in the center of the studio, you draw a long, slow breath and let it out even more slowly, and you feel this place respond. A small change in the curtain's fall, a soft, inaudible setting in the bench's joints, a nearly imperceptible sigh from the wood. Perhaps you imagine it, and perhaps imagining is the first truth. You speak quietly, so quietly you might say it inside. Thank you. The room accepts this as if it has been thanked many times and never grows tired of hearing it. You turn once, slowly, taking in everything. Brushes in their jars, canvas poised, paper breathing, objects faithful on their shelf, lamp glowing, window ajar, night kind. You commit this to the part of your mind that remembers what soothes. You step out of your robe and drape it where it will wait to be warmed by morning light. You see your reflection once more in the leaning mirror, and it is a reflection you like. A person at ease, a person permitted, a person who has arrived. As you leave the room, you hesitate a moment in the doorway, not because you doubt, but because leaving a sanctuary is also an art, and you want to do it with attention. You look back and see that the studio now holds not only its things but also your softness, as if your breath has been absorbed into the grain of the table, as if your kindness has been fused with the brush handle and beeswax, as if your belonging has been stitched into the drop cloth next to the constellation of blue. You feel the gentle tug that all splendid rooms exert, the one that says, "I will be here when you return," balanced perfectly by the permission they give to rest elsewhere. You whisper once more, I am safe, I am loved, I am enough, I am an artist even when my hands are still. Then, with the measured grace of someone closing a beloved book to save the place, you ease the door toward its frame. The latch receives the strike with a soft, certain click. The key turns, not to exclude, but to protect the promise you just made to the night and to yourself. In the corridor, darkness is a kind veil, and the quiet is profound in the way that good soil is profound, rich, supportive, full of the invisible that makes beauty possible. You carry the studio with you, the scent of oil and wood trailing like a private season, the feel of linen under your palm echoing in your skin, the image of the blank canvas pulsing gently behind your closed eyes like a moon. As you move toward rest, you are the keeper of a small shining secret. Creation begins with entering. Tonight, you entered. Tonight, you softened. Tonight, you made the room ready, and the room made you ready in return. You will sleep with paint light in your breath and thread light in your hands, and when you dream, you will walk back across those floorboards, and the moon will still be washing the easel, and the brushes will lift their heads as if to listen, and the canvas will hum its silent welcome, and you will stand once more in the endless moment before the first stroke, where everything is possible and everything is already beautiful because you are here and you are enough. Part 2. Preparing the canvas. The studio greets you like a friend who knows when to speak and when to be still. The lamps are set low. The moon holds its patient vigil in the tall windows, and the room has the unhurried pulse of a sanctuary. You close the door behind you with a softness that feels ceremonial, a threshold crossed with intention, and you stand for a moment in the gentle hush, allowing your breath to meet the room's breath, allowing your body to remember how to move without urgency. Tonight is for preparation, an art that is not the opposite of painting, but its first whisper, its first slow inhalation. Tonight, you will prepare the ground where color will someday bloom. Tonight, the ritual is the work, and the work is the ritual. You walk to the table where the stretcher bars rest, 4 lengths of smooth pale wood, their ends beveled cleanly, their faces sanded to a satin that invites the hand. When you lift one bar, it is feather light but certain, a small beam with a secret strength. The scent of timber rises, faintly resinous, like a memory of forest, and it steadies you. You turn each bar in your hands, feeling the bevels and the groove of the tongue and groove joints where they will meet. The wood is warm from the room. You think of the tree it came from, of seasons stitched into rings, of rain climbing through roots, of wind plucking music from its crown. The stretcher is not just lumber, it is years refined into purpose. On the bench, you lay the 4 bars end to end, forming a rectangle that is not yet a frame. With slow, deliberate movements, you join the corners, tongue sides into groove, the bevels kissing together with a sigh of acceptance. The joints resist for a heartbeat and then yield, as if remembering that everything here belongs. You press the last corner home and lay the frame flat, watching the new shape breathe into the room's light. The lamp's glow pools inside the rectangle the way a still pond cradles sky. You run a fingertip along each seam to feel the joinery's clean line, and you whisper, as much to the wood as to yourself, "I move with ease, I build with care, I take my time." You place the frame on the table and measure the diagonals, one corner to its opposite, then the other, not because you distrust your hands, but because symmetry quiets the mind. The tape measure slides silently, the numbers appearing like a small constellation of reassurance. The diagonals match, the frame is square. You smile at the simple pleasure of alignment. You press down gently on the corners and feel the frames spring, the subtle give that says it will accept the linen and then hold it with tenderness. The linen waits, rolled like a scroll that contains a history not yet told. You lift it from its shelf and set the roll on the table, the edges of its woven selvage catching the light with tiny, regular gleams. When you unroll the first length, the sound is like rain moving through grass, a dry whisper, a gentle rasp. The linen is cool beneath your hands, its tooth a constellation of tiny ridges and valleys, a landscape you could cross with your fingertips. The weave is tight, but not forbidding, and when you hold it up to the lamp, the light filters through as if through mist. In that glow, you notice the subtle irregularities that make it human. A thread, a hair's breadth thicker here, a shift in the warp there, variations that soften the eye and remind you life lives in slight differences, not in sameness. You spread the linen across the table and place the stretcher frame upon it. The wood rests in the fabric like a quiet boat upon low tide, waiting, and you step around to consider how much margin you will need, how the corners will fold, how the selvage will meet the back of the frame. You mark the cut not with a ruler's impatience, but with your palm and your eye, folding and unfolding the cloth, finding the place where intuition and geometry agree. You take the shears, steel that have been sharpened until the blades are almost polite, and you cut with long, steady strokes. The linen yields in a delicious line, the sound traveling through the room in a soft, crisp rip, like paper snow falling from a winter window. The cut edge is a new horizon. It frays slightly, honestly, as all true edges do. You lay the cut piece face down and set the stretcher frame upon it, centered, squared. Then, beginning at the midpoint of one long side, you pull the linen up and over and secure it. You choose tacks rather than a stapler tonight, not because one is better than the other, but because the small ritual of hammer and tacks pleases you at this hour. The tack glints, a tiny star. The hammer's face is burnished with use. You fold the linen and hold it taut, not a warrior's tightness, but a musician's, a tone tuned to warmth. The hammer taps are gentle, precise, a heartbeat on wood. The tack bites into the stretcher with a satisfying, contained thunk. You pause, listening to the sound fade, then move to the opposite side. This is the dance. Pull and hold, tap and fix, breathe and check, cross the frame and do the same, always working from the middle toward the corners, always balancing one side against the other so tension spreads like light. You can feel the language of fabric in your hands, the way linen wants to be stretched evenly, the way its warp and weft speak to one another under your fingers. Your breath falls into a rhythm with the tapping. Inhale to prepare, exhale to set the tack. The sound is never harsh. It is intimate, Hushed, a percussion that belongs to late hours when homes are sleeping and studios keep their gentle counsel. You reach the corners, and here the work becomes an origami of care. You lift the excess and fold it back upon itself in a small, clean triangle, making sure the fold is crisp, that it lies flat without bulk, that the line it creates on the canvas's edge is a soft seam rather than a knot. Each corner receives your attention as if it were a small face to be brushed free of hair. You tack them down with a lighter hand, checking tension, checking grace. The last tack enters the last corner with a hush that feels like the closing of a tiny prayer. You flip the frame over and lay it upright at last. The fabric stretched across the front is no longer cloth. It is a surface, a field, an invitation you can feel in your bones. You tap the center with the back of your nail, and it answers with a subtle, hollow tone. A note between wood and breath. You move your hand across the plane, feeling the evenness, looking for any whisper of slackness, any area that may want to be coaxed. The linen is true. Your hands have kept faith with it. You smile and rest your palms on the top edge, letting a quiet pride settle into your chest. Not the pride of achievement, but the warm animal satisfaction of having done something tenderly. From a small bag on the bench, you take 4 wooden keys, little wedges that tuck into the stretcher's corner slots. You insert them with a gentle pressure and a tap, each with the lightest touch of the hammer, setting them barely enough to know that they are there for tomorrow or another day when humidity might loosen what tonight holds. The knowledge that change is built into the structure is its own comfort. Nothing needs to be forced into performance. Everything can be encouraged, persuaded, kept alive. You lift the canvas to the easel and set it into the cradle with a care that borders on affection. The easel's pine is warm and sturdy, bearing the marks of earlier sessions. Faint lines of pigment, smudges where hands steadied themselves. You secure the top clamp with a turn, and the canvas stands, a white moon of its own, luminous in lamplight, receptive to the night. You step back simply to share space and look. The surface gleams softly, fibers catching the light like frost on a meadow grass. It is beautiful, even in its emptiness, because its emptiness is not a lack, but a capacity. On the side table, you assemble what comes next: the gesso, the water, the mixing bowl, the wooden spoon you use because its round edge moves through liquid like kindness. The gesso's jar opens with a quiet sigh. The smell rises, clean, mineral, faintly chalky, with an undertone that suggests milk and stone. It is a scent that belongs to studios and art schools and old chapels where frescoes were born. You pour a measure into the bowl and add water a little at a time, stirring slowly until the mixture loosens from thick cream to silky river. The spoon traces spirals and leaves them only long enough for you to admire their curves. Then the surface smooths, mirrors the lamp's glow, and waits. You choose a brush with a broad, flat head and bristles soft enough not to scrape, but firm enough to lay a film that will welcome paint later. You dip the brush and lift, watching the gesso cling, then settle, watching a single drop gather at the heel and fall back with a quiet plop. You carry the bowl to the easel and stand with the canvas close to your heart. You are not painting yet, and yet your body recognizes this posture as the beginning. The first stroke is horizontal from left to right, just above the lower edge, and you move in a wide, even band. The brushes sound a soft hush like silk drawn across skin. Gesso lays itself down as a pale veil, slightly translucent at first, then filling, becoming a continuous field. You lay the next stroke above the first, carefully overlapping the edge so there are no seams, only a seamless skin. You work your way upward, a slow tide of white rising over woven shore until you reach the top and step back. The surface is damp, glowing, streaks resolving as moisture moves inward. The canvas has changed, its tooth moderated, its voice lowered into a velvet whisper that will one day accept paint like rain accepts reflection. You wait, waiting as part of the ritual. While the gesso settles, you set your brush across the bowl's rim and walk to the window. The night has deepened by a shade. The city has quieted. The owl has moved on to another roof. Cool air curls in through the gap like an idea, and you breathe it as you watch the damp surface turn from pearl to eggshell. The lamps are patient. Your heartbeat is unhurried. You think again, gently and without insistence. I move with ease. I create with kindness. My presence is enough. When the first coat has lost its sheen, you return with a sheet of fine sandpaper and slide it very lightly across the surface. Barely any pressure at all. Just a caress that whispers away any small ridges left by the brush. The sound is a soft rasp, intimate, a cat purring against cloth. You brush away the powder with a clean cloth, the dust pale and soft, a snowfall that tells you you're smoothing a road for the wheels of tomorrow. You touch the surface with the back of your fingers. It is cooler, subtly transformed. The weave remains, but its assertiveness has become hospitality. You stir the gesso again and begin the second coat, this time in vertical strokes, a crosshatch of attention that strengthens the skin from another direction. The brush moves like a metronome, steady, meditative. Your shoulders loosen more, your jaw unclenches, even your eyes seem to exhale. With each pass, you think not of perfection, but of care, not of an outcome, but of a state. The lamp's reflection wavers and then evens, and the canvas resembles the calm surface of a lake at dawn. You finish the coat, lay the brush aside, and stand close enough to see the way light sits in tiny valleys and peaks. It is quiet work, and quiet work is healing. You wait again. In the waiting, you tend to your tools. You carry the brush to the sink and rinse it in warm water, pressing the bristles gently against your palm until the white runs clear. You massage a drop of mild soap into the hairs, rinse again, and shape the head between your fingers as if combing a child's hair before sleep. You lay it flat on a towel, smoothing it once more, ensuring it will dry into readiness, not into a snarl. You wash the spoon and bowl with the same attention. Circle by circle, the waters sound a small river through a summer afternoon. Care given to tools returned as care received. You know this in your bones. When the canvas is ready, you sand again, even more delicately, then brush away the dust. You prepare a third, thinner coat, more water, less gesso, so the surface will be supple without becoming sealed. This time, your strokes move diagonally, top left to bottom right, like rain falling across memory. The cross-weave of your coats is not only a physical strengthening, it is a story of layers, of attention arriving from different angles, of time patiently woven. The canvas dries to a luminous calm. You run your hand across it and feel the difference. Not slick, not rough, a field that promises to hold color and keep it true. You might stop here, but tonight you want a ground, a toned whisper that will give warmth to future light, a faint echo that will sing beneath every color you lay. On the palette, you squeeze a small pearl of burnt sienna and a smaller drop of ultramarine, two old companions who make between them a whole evening. You add water and a spoonful of medium until the mixture is transparent as a thought. The scent rises, a wood smoke and rain, the slight herbal sweetness from the oil. You test a stroke on scrap, thin, tender, barely there, and then you face the canvas as the moon rounds itself in the window. With the softest brush, you lay the wash across the surface in wide floating bands, then feather it with a dry mop brush until the pigment becomes atmosphere. The color is not brown nor blue. It is the suggestion of both dissolved into the impression of dusk. It warms the white into a breathing thing. It takes away the glare that can startle a painter's eye at first light. It says, "Here is evening. Here is depth. Here is a world to step into." You smooth the last whisper of wash and stand back, the brush hovering in air a moment longer than necessary, like a bird considering if the branch will hold. It will. You set the canvas to breathe and turn to the palette itself. Tonight, arranging color is its own lullaby. You take a clean oval palette, wood darkened by years of touch, and wipe it to a soft satin. You lay out paints in a slow clockwise arc, titanium white like a small generous snowfall, yellow saffron, field and bread, transparent oxide red, warm stone at sunset, alizarin crimson, a berry crushed with joy, ultramarine and cobalt, night and day, phthalo blue, a sudden lake, viridian, a leaf secret, sap green, moss and meadow, burnt sienna and burnt umber, hearth and earth. Each dollop is made with a small twist that leaves a peak, a tiny mountain that knows where its river will run. The array looks like a string of lanterns at a festival, quiet and complete. You set out small jars, linseed oil the color of tea left in glass in a winter sun, walnut oil lighter, almost invisible, with a kindness to drying, a bottle of spike lavender whose perfume is a door to old studios, a scent that calms thought and sharpens sight, a small dish of stand oil thick as slow honey, a jar of mineral spirits that smells tonight of nothing at all, which is exactly what you want. You loosen each cap and tighten it again, a ritual of readiness. The labels are smudged, but legible. You arrange the jars where your right hand can find them without looking, because you trust your future self to work best when your present self has been considerate. You turn to the brushes as if to acquire. Rounds, filberts, flats, mops, brights, hog bristle for courage, sable for tenderness, synthetics that hold a line like a promise. You lay them on a cloth from smallest to largest, a gradient of purpose. You check each ferrule's bite, each handle's smoothness. A few splayed hairs are coaxed back into order with water and patience. One brush has lost a bristle or two, and you pluck another loose hair gently, offering the brush a small release. On a second table lies a roll of charcoal, and a kneaded eraser that looks and feels like a small friendly cloud. You open the roll, revealing slim sticks wrapped in paper like slender candies. You snap one to length with a small click and rub the broken end against the paper to soften it. The charcoal scent is pleasant, a hint of campfire, a memory of winter hearths. You hold it lightly and turn back to the canvas, now dry enough to receive a ghost. You do not draw a plan, you draw a permission. A line arcs, then fades beneath your thumb's soft smudge. A vertical rises and stops where it feels right, neither assertive nor shy, just there. A diagonal suggests movement and then dissolves into the toned ground, leaving only the knowledge that flow has begun. You blow lightly to lift the charcoal dust, and it drifts away like earthly snow. The marks are not an obligation. They are a promise that the surface can hold your hand and return it clean. You step back and look. The toned ground breathes. The faintest scaffolding hums. The surface is no longer blank. It is alive and yet calm, untroubled by certainty. The lamps breathe it with honey light. The windows give it silver. It is a place you will want to return to. It is a bed made smooth before sleep. You set the canvas in a place where it can dry fully, where air can move over it like a quiet river. You tidy the table with movements that are as slow and satisfying as lullabies. Caps tightened, rims wiped, the spoon laid back in its drawer, the bowl dried and shelved, the palette clean where it needs cleaning, and left with a little patina where history pleases you. You rinse your cloth and squeeze it out, the water running milky then clear, your hands warmed by the tap, scented faintly now with soap and spike lavender. You hang the cloth over the radiator where it will dry by tomorrow. From a drawer, you take a small tack cloth and sweep the easel's crossbars, the table's edge, the windowsill. Dust leaves without resentment. The floor receives what it must and will keep it until morning, where a broom will gather it into the past. You glance at the clock that keeps only studio time, the kind measured by light and breath, and it tells you what you already feel. The hour has deepened and widened, and you have moved inside it like someone slipping into a lake under stars. You sit on the couch beneath the window and let your gaze roam. Your body registers each satisfaction. Wood joined square, linen pulled true, gesso laid smooth, ground toned warm, tools readied and thanked. The room hums with a frequency that reminds you of summer nights when the air itself seems to sing. You lay your head back and close your eyes. The darkness behind your lids is not black. It is a deepened dusk that holds a faint glow. Colors float up, not named colors, but feelings of them. Heat and cool, weight and lightness, transparency and opacity. They hover, they drift, they blend and separate. You watch them the way you watch clouds change shape, with no need to identify a dragon or a ship. It is enough to be carried. An inner voice cultivated by nights like these speaks in a tone that matches the room. Kind, unhurried, trustworthy. It says, I may begin slowly. It says, preparation is painting. It says, what I give with love will welcome me back with love. You breathe that voice into your ribs until your breath sounds like a brush moving through gesso. Long, elliptical, even. A small smile rests in the corner of your mouth, not for anyone else to see, but for you, a private acknowledgement that your hands and this place share a language. You open your eyes, and the canvas glows at the edge of the room like a low moon rescued from fog. You rise and walk to it once more, not to touch, but to see at the distance your sleeping eyes will hold. A soft field, tenderly warm, promise, quiet folded together. You imagine, just briefly, the first color you might lay tomorrow, a thin blue along an imagined horizon, or a heap of soft light where a shoulder will turn, or a gesture that becomes a path through trees. The imagining is enough. You do not need to ride it. You let it be a bird crossing the night, wing beats fading. You return to the small kettle and pour the rest of the water into your cup, adding a spoonful of honey that catches the lamplight and holds it before melting. The scent rises again, chamomile and warmth, and you wrap your hands around the cup the way you might hold a friend's hands to convey without words that you are here. You sip. Sweetness opens the back of your throat. Calm settles like a shawl. On your way to place the cup on the bench, you pause at the shelf of objects and lift the quartz-veined river stone, cool and friendly. You set it lightly on the easel's lower crossbar, a little weight that means nothing and means everything, an anchor for nothing but the feeling of readiness. You place the shell beside it, its spiral a quiet reminder that progress can be circular, that beginnings and endings are two faces of gentleness. These are not superstitions. They are confidences between you and the room. You dim the lamp nearest the canvas until its glow is only a pool of amber that might be a candle in another century. The side lamp remains brighter, a lighthouse to guide the return of your eyes if you wake and wander. The window stays a hand's width open. The night's cool breath continues to pass through the curtains sheer and into the room, carrying the sound of leaves conferring with the breeze and the scent of stone, releasing heat back into the world. The city sleeps, or pretends to, and you are its quiet witness. At the door, you pause and look back. The frame stands square, the linen taut, the toned ground deep as a sigh, the brushes resting in their cloth like a choir folded into pews, the palette a ring of small suns and moons. The room's order is not rigid. It is spacious, forgiving, ready to be undone tomorrow and then remade. You feel gratitude rise for wood shavings and the sound of shears, for the cool of linen and the smell of gesso, for the small thunk of tacks and the long glide of a brush, for when the ground took on the color of evening and said now, yes, now. You rest your palm against your heart once more. The rhythm there is untroubled, already leaning into sleep. You speak to yourself in the same tone you used to speak to the canvas, in the tone of a promise you intended to keep. I am safe. I am enough. I may rest. The words land and do not need repetition. They know where to sit. You slip off the robe and fold it on the bench, its cotton taking the shape of quiet. You turn the key in the lock with the delicacy of someone placing a note between pages. The click is soft and final. In the corridor, the dark is kind, and your feet find the path without thought. Behind the door, the studio continues to glow in low tones like a hearth banked for the night. The canvas will dry with dignity. The brushes will dream of rivers. The palette will keep its little moons. As you walk toward your bed, The textures of the evening accompany you like companions who know when to withdraw and when to linger. The rasp of linen under your palm, the hush of gesso across fabric, the small percussion of tacks, the whisper of sandpaper, the feathering of a ground into smoothness. Each texture has become part of your body's memory. A soft library to your hands can open tomorrow without hurry. You feel taller without effort, not in height but in gentleness. You feel as if your ribs have made room for a small lamp that will burn all night, steady and unafraid. In the darkness of your room, you lie down and the mattress receives you as kindly as the canvas received the brush. Your breath, steady and even, draws the day's frayed threads together and knots them loosely so they can be undone with ease when morning comes. Your last waking image is of the prepared ground, dust-colored serene, and a knowledge so quiet it could be mistaken for silence. That preparation is a kind of love, that what you loved tonight will love you back when you return, that every future color will lean into the tenderness you laid down, and that your art, like your sleep, begins with the way you enter, the way you care, the way you allow the surface, whether canvas or evening, to become a place where you are safe to unfold. And so you do. You unfold into sleep, into a canvas the size of night, into a studio that hums behind a door, into the breath that knows both brush and pillow, into the patient, luminous field that is readiness itself. In that field, you are the painter, and you are also the ground, and somewhere beyond language, but not beyond touch. You feel the future painting already loving you for the way you prepared the way. Part 3. The first strokes. You stand before the canvas as if standing at the shore of a quiet sea, the easel its own soft harbor. The room has narrowed kindly to a circle formed by lamp glow, the window circlet of moonlight, the ring of brushes, and you. Your breath has found the tempo of the studio, long in, long out, a tide that does not hurry. There is a small peace in knowing that this moment is not about producing a result, but about beginning, about making the first mark that says, yes, I am here. Yes, I will speak softly with color. Take a breath now, slow and full, and let it settle into your belly. Let your shoulders drop an inch. Feel the weight of the brush in your dominant hand. Notice how it hangs like a pendulum, waiting, not pleading. Notice the fulcrum in your fingers where the balance lives. Let the back leg of the easel become a quiet point of gravity beneath you. Welcome the slight adjustments to your body, the little micro corrections that have carried you through other beginnings. Allow your eyes to soften. Allow the edges of the canvas to blur just enough that nothing shrieks at you with demand. Before you dip the brush, you attend to the palette. The colors you chose last night, tucked, labeled by memory, are arranged like a small constellation that will guide your hand. Tonight, you must begin with a limited group. Titanium, white, a warm saffron, a muted cardamom, an ultramarine that feels like evening folded, and a small touch of alizarin for something that will speak of warmth later. You take a knife and lift each bead, the sound of plastic on wood a soft punctuation. The paint has the smell of oil and pigment and the faint undertone of the room's linen and tea. It smells like making. You load the brush by pressing it into color and pulling the filament back in a long, patient motion so that the belly of the brush receives paint and the tip keeps a fine promise. Feel the viscosity between finger and ferrule. Feel how the bristles bend and then recover, like reeds in a breeze. Let the first contact with paint be gentle, no force, only invitation. You test on scrap paper, a fine line, a ribbon, a dot. The paint responds. It has its own temperament. Some paint runs with a flow, some clings and waits, some lifts like a shy bird, then settles. You notice this without judgment. You listen. Now, allow your hand to find a simple, very slow motion, a horizontal arc as though tracing the curve of a sleeping horizon. Move your shoulder first, not your wrist alone. Let the arm be the carriage for the gesture. The brush kisses the canvas and leaves a line. You do not name it. You do not ask it to be anything but itself. The stroke is modest and long. It sets a tone. Observe how the paint saturates the fibers, how it sits differently depending on the tooth beneath. Hear the whisper, a barely audible sound like a silk parting. Let its presence be a kind friend. If your hand trembles, let the tremor be part of the mark. If the stroke wobbles, call it a river finding its path. The first strokes are not declarations. They are letters being arranged into a language you are only beginning to speak. With each stroke, your body remembers how it felt to swing a limb as a child and to leave behind chalk on a pavement. These are ancestral memories of motion asking only to be remembered. Take another pause and breathe. Move with the breath. Inhale as you lift the brush. Exhale as you lay it down. This gives the hand something soft to follow, a living metronome. Repeat a small phrase to yourself if it helps. I move with ease. I begin with kindness. I am allowed to not be perfect. These utterances are not performance. They are the scaffolding of a relaxed mind. You begin to layer. One stroke suggests another, and the painting develops a vocabulary, a thicker band that anchors the lower third, a thinner veil above that seems to recede. Try a vertical now, quiet and patient, letting it meet the horizontal without drama. Notice how the crossing leaves a small luminous edge, a moment of intersection. See how the colors begin to speak to one another. Saffron warms the ultramarine's shadow. A smidgen of alizarin makes the white sing with flesh. When paints meet wet on wet, they mingle like lovers at the edge of a party, curious, tender, not yet domestic. Mind the brush's pressure. Light pressure releases a semi-transparent whisper. Firmer pressure lays a ribbon of pigment that has the gravity of sung wood. Vary pressure as if varying the tone of a voice. Soft where you want the eye to rest. Louder when you want the eye to wake. Notice the small rhythms your hand prefers, an elliptical motion, a scattering of tiny stipples, a single long sweep. These rhythms are you. You are them. They are not wrong. If an accidental line appears, a slight scratch, an ironed ripple in paint, or a sudden pooling, do not gasp. Fold the accident into the work. Sometimes what feels like an error becomes the painting's most honest truth. Use the edge of your knife to draw a line through a pool and let the paint reorganize itself into texture. Use a dry brush to lift color where it is too eager. Use the tip of your finger if it soothes you to nudge a wet edge. There is no rule tonight except kindness. Work in layers and witness how each layer changes the canvas's breath. A thin glaze alters light beneath it. An opaque impasto pushes forward like a spoken word demanded to be heard. Try both. Apply a thin wash over a band and see how it recedes into the atmosphere. Then, where you wish to catch the eye, load the brush and lay a thicker, decisive mark that reads like punctuation. The variation will create depth. Some areas will whisper to the viewer, others will sing. As you build, notice your body's responses. Does your neck feel tighter? Soften. Lift and roll your shoulders gently. Does the small finger that steadies the brush ache? Change your grip for a moment. Walk 3 steps back. Allow the distance to reveal proportion, as if someone turned down the room's close-up and let a map emerge. Painting is kinesthetic and visual and temporal. It requires you to move so that the brain recalibrates and your eyes can forgive what the hand has just made. Often, a painting wants a stop. It is not failure, it is wisdom. When a surface converses with you, whispers, waits, honor that pause. Step away and make tea. Walk to the window and watch a leaf pivot in the moonlight. The studio will hold your place if you have prepared it earlier. The canvas will be ready to continue because you have allowed it. The pause also lets new ideas seep in. Things you could not invent in the heat of immediate doing will appear on the breath of distance. A color you might mix, a texture you may coax, a negative space to keep. Return and apply edges with attention. Where 2 colors meet, decide whether the edge will be crisp or feathered, whether the boundary should announce itself or dissolve to atmosphere. For a crisp edge, load a flat, relatively dry brush and drag straight across with a steady arm. For a soft edge, dampen a mop brush and soften paint back and forth in tiny strokes until the transition feels like dusk. The eye delights in both the hard and the soft. It loves the negotiation between certainty and mystery. Use tools you don't always use. Stretch a palette knife along an area and reveal the canvas beneath its thin slashes. Dab with a sponge to create the impression of distant foliage or constellations of light. Try a wash with a rag dragged through pigment for an unusual effect. The painting responds to whatever honest motion you bring. As the surface develops, you read it less like a surface and more like a place. You can imagine walking into it. If it is a landscape, consider where a person might stand within its geography, on the brink of a hill, at the mouth of a river, beneath the sky that holds weather. If the image is abstract, sense the spaces as rooms, a small tight cubby of dense color where a thought might sit. Your role is not to explain, but to make room. Allow your emotions to move with the paint. If a memory surfaces, a smell, a laugh, a late summer light, let it alter your palette a degree. Paint is made of both observation and memory. It refracts what you see through what you remember. Do not force a narrative. Rather, let associations arrive as if passengers boarding a slow train. A small patch of crimson remembered from childhood dishware may belong in the corner. A smear of green may recall a moss bank from a river you once loved. Notice the soundscape, the brush on canvas, the faint clink of a jar as you adjust it, the small hiss of a rag dragged across a knife, the night beyond the window. Let these sounds be your companions, the punctuation between strokes. Sometimes a note of music will guide the hand, a low cello asking for thick, slow strokes, a high piano inviting light. If a radio offers such a friend, accept it. If the silence is your companion, cradle it. Work with gratitude for the tool's intelligence. A well-worn filbert will always find a better curve than a new one. A knife slick with dry paint will allow you to scrape a surprise. Clean a brush with ritual, pressing bristles into the palm, rotating gently, coaxing clean water until the white runs clear again. Treating tools as allies keeps your body's rhythm humane. Your hands, after all, are the instruments for translation from inner thought to outer world. Their care matters. There will be moments when paint resists you. A color may muddy when mixed, losing its brightness like a candle underwater. When this happens, step back, let the muddiness dry into an unanticipated earth, and then either embrace it as a ruin that has beauty, or lift it with solvent and reapply deliberately. Replace the tendency to panic with curiosity. What did the mud say? How might it help you? Sometimes a mistake teaches more than a success. At intervals, wipe back with a rag to uncover the ground beneath. Reveal it with soft, decisive gestures. These discoveries are not erasures, but revelations. The early wash you laid may return like a surprise, a palimpsest of image that gives the recent work an ancestry. The surface tells a layered story, and in the honest light, the best paintings are palimpsests, history visible beneath present acts. As you continue, your strokes become more confident, less apologetic. The movements that once felt foreign to you now arise like a remembered language. You find yourself not always looking at the hand but looking through it into the space beyond the canvas, sensing where color is needed rather than dictating it. There is a trust that develops between your eye and your hand. It is slow and trustworthy, like a friend who knows you well and does not need to be told everything. If your inner critic speaks, that small voice that measures and weighs, let it have a seat in the room, but do not give it the microphone. Offer it tea. Contain it in a soft chair. You might say, "Thank you for noticing. I will listen later. For now, we are making, not judging." Let your breath anchor you when criticism rises. In, slower now, out. Reform the nervous energy into a paint stroke, a small, honest mark that acknowledges the feeling and moves on. There is a rhythm to this kind of work that slows the mind's obtrusive comments. You notice that as you paint, the mind finds less energy to narrate. Instead, it observes. Instead of weaving stories about what you should have done or might need to do, it catalogs surfaces, notes relationships of light. This quieter mind does not mean emptiness. It signals a deep attention, and in attention there is repose. As this session moves forward, the canvas acquires areas that ask for a different attention. A fine detail perhaps, a glint in an imagined river, a suggestion of a throat on some distant figure, a fleck of a bird in the sky. Return to smaller brushes for this. Use the tip of a round for a dot. Use a fine flat to carve a subtle highlight. These smallities are whispered invitations to the eye, not declarations. They make the surface breathe with life. When you feel satisfied for a while, and satisfaction need not be absolute, only enough for this night, pause. Step away and offer a small ritual of closure. Clean your brushes with careful, tender strokes until they breathe clean water. Fold the palette cloth and place it back in its drawer. Cap jars, wipe rims, and return bottles to their usual places. Cradle each brush in the cloth as if laying them down to sleep, bristles facing the same direction, handles aligned like a small choir. The act of tidying is a finishing touch. It tells the room that this moment's conversation is ended for now, but will be resumed. Stand back and look at what you've made. Do not judge it harshly. See it with the same warmth you used when you first walked into the studio. Tell yourself the truth quietly. You started, you moved, you listened, you made marks that will be gifts to future you. Whispering to the painting, thank you for your company. Whisper to yourself, I may begin again tomorrow. Allow your breath to exhale further, the kind that signals surrender rather than defeat. Finally, and this matters in the tender scale of practice, leave the painting its own time. Close the studio with a slow hand, lock the door gently, and keep that small pool of lamplight for when you return. Replace your cup near the sink for the morning, leave a rag to dry, and step into the corridor. The night outside will be unchanged and precisely the same generous world you entered, but now you carry within you the subtle heat of having begun. Your breath is paired with a low, steady satisfaction. Your hands know emotion they may not speak of, and that knowledge stays with you like a secret song. As you walk away, your last glance is not a criticism, but a benediction. The canvas stands, new and patient and true. You have spoken, and the world, patient as ever, has listened. You will sleep with the memory of brush against canvas like a small lullaby. Tomorrow you will return to continue what you have begun with the gentle courage that first strokes bring. Part 4. Entering the painting. You step back from the easel, allowing your eyes to rest on the entire canvas. It is no longer just a surface of stretched fabric, but a threshold. The pigments layered in patient intention glimmer with a life that whispers at the edges of perception. The shadows and the folds of color breathe softly, and a quiet invitation rises. The painting asks you to enter. Breathe deeply. Feel the air in the studio, the gentle warmth radiating from the lamp, the cool brush of night air drifting through the slightly open window. As you inhale, imagine drawing into yourself not only the scent of paint and canvas, but also the essence of the world that awaits beyond the threshold. Exhale and let the mundane thoughts of your day loosen like autumn leaves in a gentle wind. The edges between studio and painting soften, blur, and fade until only your intent remains, to step forward and merge with the world you have created. The first touch is subtle, almost imperceptible. The palette of color hums beneath your gaze, a vibration that resonates in your chest and fingertips. With the slightest shift of attention, you feel the cool of an imagined breeze sweep across your skin, carrying with it the faint scent of the painted earth, of imagined flowers, of water reflecting moonlight. The colors are no longer pigments, they are elements of a living landscape. Deep ultramarines become the velvet sky stretching infinitely above. Ochres and siennas form the warm, yielding ground beneath your feet. The reds and crimson pulse like gentle hearth fires in the distance, lending the space a quiet warmth. Step forward. Feel the imagined soil yield softly beneath your bare feet, grounding you with the weightlessness, steadiness of memory and imagination intertwined. The texture is tender yet firm, each step leaving no mark, yet imprinting itself on your awareness. The air carries the scent of night blooms, jasmine and honeysuckle, sweet dew upon wild grasses. You draw it in slowly, allowing it to fill your lungs, to coat the inside of your chest with serenity. With each inhale, you feel rooted. With each exhale, you release tension, letting it dissolve into the painted world. The sky above you is alive. Stars pulse with a subtle rhythm, not just light but warmth, a gentle awareness that this world is welcoming. The moon hangs as a soft guardian, its glow spilling across imagined hills, highlighting textures of leaves and rocks, brushing gently along the contours of imagined water, tracing the edges of blossoms that sway even without wind. The air hums with soft nocturnal life, a cricket somewhere in the distance, the whisper of rustling leaves, the faint gurgle of a brook, as though this painted world has its own heartbeat. Notice the sensation of temperature. It is neither hot nor cold, but a tender balance. The cool night air brushing the nape of your neck, the subtle warmth radiating from the painted soil, the imagined weight of the moonlight touching your skin like a soft shawl. You lift a hand and trace it through the air. It brushes against currents that feel like a gentle ambient wind carrying whispers of imagined flowers, a hint of something sweet and familiar. This wind is not rushing, it is a companion moving around you with the patience of time itself. As you move further in, textures greet you. Mosses rise soft beneath the painted trees, lush and forgiving. Petals brush your fingertips like silken ribbons when you reach toward imagined brushes of blooms. The brook you imagine runs cool against the tips of your toes, the water's surface reflecting the moonlight in subtle tremors. The entire world responds to your awareness. The grasses bend gently as you pass, the shadows curve with a soft hum of acknowledgement, and the stars overhead flicker with a quiet curiosity, as if they have been waiting for you to arrive. Hear the layered symphony of the night. The owl is distant yet intimate. Leaves shift with a whisper that is nearly soundless but entirely present. The water in the brook laps against the stones in a rhythm that feels like a heartbeat. Somewhere, a subtle chime of imagined wind through branches, the gentle creak of night wood, all mixed with the soft thrum of the canvas itself, now transformed into a living, breathing environment. Let your ears drink in every subtle note, each sound a brushstroke of stillness, a lullaby of presence. Taste enters subtly as well. Imagine drawing a breath so full it tastes of the cool earth after rain, of dew upon soft petals, of moonlight distilled in air. There is sweetness, a hint of mineral, the clean tang of forest air and imagined grasses. Each inhale brings nourishment, grounding, and release. Each exhale lets go of tension, of the day's accumulated weight. You may close your eyes if it helps, letting the palette of sensory experience unfold within your inner eye. Tactile, aromatic, visual, auditory, and subtly gustatory. The painting is no longer a painting. It is a world that unfolds around you, not as illusion, but as a gentle embrace of imagination. You walk slowly, deliberately, savoring each detail. Notice the soft sway of distant trees, their leaves catching imagined starlight. Observe the texture of bark as you could feel it through your fingertips, rough and cool, quietly but very much alive. The ground beneath varies from soft moss to tender grass to smooth stones, inviting you to explore without haste. The entire world encourages measured movement. No rush exists here, only patient presence. Above, the sky transitions imperceptibly, a slow gradient from deep indigo to violet, then to a near black embroidered with stars that seems both distant and intimate. The moon casts silver ribbons that illuminate the curves and dips in the landscape. Shadows fall gently, neither harsh nor menacing, moving like liquid with your presence. The landscape responds. The more you observe, the more it breathes, as if it is aware of your attention and honors it with subtle shifts of light and texture. You pause by a brook that winds through a grove. Step closer, noticing how the water catches starlight in minute, delicate sparkles. Imagine reaching out a hand to touch it. The coolness laps gently against your skin. Droplets hover for a heartbeat before dissolving, creating tiny ripples. You realize the sensation is both imagined and felt, a synthetic merging of perception and intention. You are part of this world, yet separate. The painting enfolds you, and you move within it with reverence. As you walk further, find a small clearing with a single ancient tree. Its limbs stretch like welcoming arms, its bark warm with memory of countless nights under painted moons. Sit beneath it, lean against its trunk. Feel the solidity of support, the subtle pulse beneath your palm that tells you of life, of the continuity of night and creation. Here, you can pause completely. Here, you can sink into yourself, the world a soft cradle for your consciousness. Notice the interplay of light and shadow, of color and silence, of texture and air. Each moment is layered. A leaf quivers, a petal brushes your arm, the breeze carries scent and sound in concert. The experience is meditative, endless in its patience. Time stretches, elongates, allowing your awareness to dissolve into the world without effort or striving. The painting no longer demands anything of you. It simply offers itself in total presence, a universe made entirely of quiet attention and gentle wonder. Let yourself feel a subtle warmth radiate through your body, not heat, but comfort, as if the painting recognizes you and offers its embrace. There is a calm pulse in the soil beneath, in the air around, in the flow of imagined water. You may breathe along with it, matching your own rhythm to the gentle beat of this imagined world. Occasionally, whisper quietly to yourself, I am here, I am present, I may simply be, no more than this, no less. Now wander slowly through the landscape. Notice the minor details you may not have observed at first glance. a single luminous flower that seems to glow from within, the delicate veins of a leaf catching silver moonlight, the faintest shimmer on the surface of water like starlight condensed. Allow your attention to move freely, unhurried. Notice textures, colors, sounds, scents, the way your body feels in contact with the imagined ground. Let the metaphorical wind shift over your skin, rustle your hair, carry the fragrance of unseen plumes. You may find a small alcove, a niche formed by rocks or by the gentle curve of the earth. Step into it. Sit or lie if the surface is soft. Feel the way the world cradles you, the subtle giving of grass, the way shadows bend to meet your form, the way moonlight drapes across your face. The environment is responsive, patient, loving. As the night deepens, notice the symphony of small sounds around you, the rhythm of water, the brush of wind, distant calls of night creatures, your own breath, the soft pulse of awareness. Each note is a brushstroke, a thread in the tapestry of presence. The landscape, though imagined, is richly textured, multi-layered, and complete. Here, you can rest completely. The painting holds you. You do not need to move. You do not need to speak. You do not need to accomplish anything. The sky, the ground, the trees, the brook, the flowers, the air, the scents, the sounds, all are attuned to your presence. You are safe. You may surrender. You are enough. Take another moment to breathe deeply, drawing in the quiet, the colors, the textures, the harmony. Let the experience imprint gently on your body and mind. The painting has become a sanctuary, a private universe woven from imagination and presence. Allow your eyes to close if they wish, letting the memory of this space carry you into deeper stillness, the gentle embrace of night and creation merging into your awareness. Pause here. Feel every nuance, every subtle layer. The world within the canvas is eternal in its patience, infinite in its kindness, and you, in step with its rhythm, rest within it completely. Part 5. Dissolving into color and sleep. The world you have entered within the canvas softens as if the colors themselves are breathing slowly, leaning into the night's quiet embrace. Every leaf, every ripple in the imagined water, every glimmer of starlight hums a subtle lullaby resonating gently in your body. There is no hurry here. The night expands and folds around you, carrying the tender weightlessness of presence. The brushstrokes you have followed, observed, and imagined are now no longer separate from you. They are your atmosphere, your rhythm, your heartbeat. Take a deep breath and feel the cool air brushing softly against your skin, carrying a faint fragrance of night flowers, wet earth, and distant warm wood. Inhale it slowly, allowing it to fill your chest, your belly, your limbs. Exhale, releasing tension, letting the concerns of the day dissolve into the pigments of this world. The sky above, a velvet sea of deep indigo and soft violet, is scattered with stars that pulse with infinite patience. Each tiny point of light seems to acknowledge your presence, wink with subtle joy, and then return to serene watchfulness. Notice how the ground beneath you yields in tender support. Moss cushions the tip of your toes. Grass blends gently beneath your weight, allowing you to sink slightly into the earth. The imagined soil is rich and cool, the texture of life itself, soft, yielding, and infinitely forgiving. Meander deliberately, feeling the textures of each step, the slight crunch of pebbles hidden beneath velvet grass, the subtle give of a low hill slope, the smooth warmth of a sun-warmed rock cooled now by night. Each sensation is magnified, rendered exquisitely in the slow rhythm of your attention. The surrounding colors hum with subtle energy. A patch of ultramarine stretches across a distant hill, deepening to purple where shadows curl in soft folds. Saffron and sienna glow faintly under the moon's silver touch as if warmed from within. Crimson petals drift slowly on the breeze, their edges trembling like whispers, their scent carried gently to your nose. The world feels alive with gentle movement, as though breathing with you, as though expecting your exhale before you release it. As you wander further into this painted landscape, the air itself carries subtle temperature variations. A tender warmth flows along the gentle slopes and sunken clearings, comforting like a shawl draped over your shoulders. Cooler currents ripple across exposed plains, brushing against your arms and face like the delicate caress of moonlight. You can feel the air's texture as it glides over your skin, mingling warmth and coolness in a rhythm that mirrors the rise and fall of your own breath. The water that winds gently through this world is a soft symphony of sensations. Step closer, and you feel the cool edge of the brook, the shimmer of liquid catching starlight. The surface undulates like silk in motion, reflecting the hues of the sky, bending the light, scattering it into quiet sparkles that land briefly on your fingertips. Imagine dipping a hand in slowly, feeling the gentle chill dissolve into warmth as it runs over your skin, over your palm, up to your arm. The water does not resist, it cradles. It is a gentle mirror of presence, encouraging surrender, offering serenity. Above, the sky deepens further. Clouds thin and whisper-like drift slowly past the stars, lending a subtle haze of mystery. Moonbeams slide through openings, illuminating paths of shadow and color, teasing details from your peripheral vision. Stars are now reflected in the water's surface, a doubling that blurs boundaries, making the world both solid and fluid. Each ripple, each reflection, each faint glimmer becomes a gentle guide pulling your awareness deeper into the peaceful geometry of the night. Sound flows here like a quiet melody. You notice the chorus of small life, the distant call of an owl muted in the velvety dark, the whisper of leaves brushing together in a rhythm that feels like a heartbeat, the faint hum of insects, night travelers in miniature adding subtle depth. The water babbles softly, its flow hypnotic, guiding your thoughts into long waves of contemplation. There is no urgency here, only presence, only the tender unfolding of attention. The texture of the painted landscape continues to embrace you. Moss cushions, leaves brush softly against your arms, petals touch your fingertips, cool stones rise underfoot, and wind caresses your skin with subtle motion. You may lie down upon the ground now, feeling the gentle give of earth beneath, the soft prickle of grass against your cheek, the comforting weightlessness of your body fully supported. Allow yourself to melt into the texture of the world. Let every fiber of your being be cradled by the painted reality around you. As your body settles, your awareness merges with the world itself. The stars, the water, the air, the gentle warmth of earth, each element seeps into your consciousness, wrapping around your mind and guiding it towards stillness. Notice how your heartbeat slows, finding rhythm with the quiet pulse of night. Notice how your breath elongates, rising and falling like a soft wave upon a tranquil sea. Every nerve, every muscle, every thought relaxes into this immersive embrace. The colors themselves soften, blending, dissolving at the edges like a slow watercolor wash. Ultramarine melts into violet, saffron folds into muted cream, crimson petals blur into shadowy warmth. The world becomes fluid, a living dreamscape where boundaries are gentle, edges are kind, and motion is rhythmic. You feel as though you are floating within a cocoon of pigment, every hue a gentle caress, every shade a soft lullaby. Subtle warmth radiates from the landscape, soft as candlelight, tender as a whispered phrase. The moonlight that danced across leaves now lies like a soft hand on your forehead, guiding you deeper into release. The breeze carrying scents of night-blooming jasmine and wet grass brushes gently against your skin, lulling your senses, coaxing your awareness toward a state of suspended serenity. Every inhalation draws in peace. Every exhalation lets go of tension. The water nearby becomes a soft mirror of consciousness. You may close your eyes and imagine dipping fingertips into its surface. The cool liquid wraps around your senses, merging with warmth, dissolving thought, encouraging surrender. Ripples expand outward, and with each expansion, your mind drifts further from daily concerns. You are held by the gentle, undulating rhythm of this night, this painting, this world. Shadows and light play in delicate balance across your vision. Each brushstroke of shadow is a lull, each gleam of light a gentle invitation. The tree's leaves rustle softly, petals sway with imagined wind, stones hold firm yet yielding presence. The night landscape hums with quiet energy, a pulse that matches the beat of your body, slow, even, and meditative. As you lie here fully enveloped, notice how colors and textures merge with memory and imagination. The purple of the distant hills recalls the softness of velvet. The warm saffron beneath your knees mirrors the warmth of a familiar embrace. The subtle crimson flecks echo the pulse of life itself. Each hue, each tone is a tender echo of existence, folding into consciousness, drawing mind and body into tranquil union. Your breathing becomes the rhythm of the world. Inhale, feel the cool air drift through hair, across shoulders, along arms. Exhale, release, let the landscape absorb tension, convert thought into gentle movement within the dreamscape. Your awareness widens. You are no longer merely an observer. You are immersed, present, yet dissolving gracefully into the fabric of the painted night. The sounds soften further, each note extended, slowed. The water's babble becomes a soft murmur. Leaves whisper in long, lazy undulations. The insect's chorus stretches into a melodic hum. The distant owl's call fades into warmth. The world itself seems to exhale, inviting you to exhale with it. You feel yourself sinking further into this cadence, the rhythm of color, light, texture, air, and scent guiding you toward rest. The night grows deeper. Stars pulse gently. Moonlight spreads in tender ribbons. Your body feels weightless, yet fully supported. Every part of you melts into this living canvas. Each sensation, coolness, warmth, texture, fragrance, sound is amplified, extended, enveloping. Every inhalation pulls serenity into cells and fibers. Every exhalation releases all tension. You are both observer and medium, both self and dissolved presence, floating in a world that has become pure lullaby. And now, gently, the edges of consciousness blur. Colors swirl and blend. Motion slows, and your thoughts drift like slow clouds across a starry sky. Awareness of body, of room, of external reality softens until all that remains is the immersive experience of night, color, sound, scent, and gentle touch. Your mind floats lightly, buoyed by the soft palette of your imagined world, carried by currents of night, guided by the rhythm of breathing, the pulse of imagined life, the tender embrace of the painted landscape. Let yourself drift. There is no need to resist, no need to hold on. You are carried by the fluidity of color, the softness of air, the gentle hum of water and wind. You dissolve further, folding into the textures, aromas, sounds, and light. Every layer of awareness softens, every tension releases, every detail observed, imagined, felt merges into a quiet, luminous continuum. As consciousness drifts toward sleep, your mind carries the painting with it. Every star, every ripple, every petal, every whisper of wind is a note in the lullaby of rest. The world you created enfolds you completely. The night, the colors, the textures, the sounds, the scents, they breathe in concert with you. You are weightless. You are safe. You are immersed. And finally, gently, you release fully into the embrace of sleep, letting the painted night guide you into rest, into dreams, into luminous, gentle oblivion.